Well, hello, Tay, and hello, everybody else, and welcome back to a game, as Tay put, that I canned. Except I canned the wrong one. 4-1 definitely was a game that deserved to be canned. 4-2 was not. 4-2 did away with everything that made 4-1 bad. Let me go ahead and just turn on my camera. There we go. Much better. The big issue with 4-1 is it had a lot of issues with doing a bunch of things that would negate your progress. Basically dungeons where, like, the first forest mushroom area, if you eat the wrong mushroom, you have to go back to the beginning of the area to talk to a fairy to heal you, and you have to start the dungeon over. There were pitfall dungeons where if you fell down the pitfall, you'd have to start the dungeon over. There was an herb cave where you had to go get an herb, and there's a 1 in 5 chance you pick the right one, and if you pick the wrong one, you have to start the whole dungeon over. And then there's a minecart, and if you pick the wrong minecart, you have to start the whole dungeon over. And I just was, like, so sick of the whole game by the end of it, just because it felt like such a number one, the story was incomplete and boring. It followed you, who doesn't really have a very interesting story, at least in 4-1, and the actual gameplay elements were just so frustrating. I don't mind going through RPGs and fighting stuff and doing everything, but, like, I if I feel like my time is being wasted, if I feel like I'm having to start back over, um, this is is what part in the game and not made up by working designs? You mean the image here of the middle finger? That was actually censored by Victor Ireland. So she raises her fist. Oh no, Victor Ireland only did 4-2. Excuse me. Scratch that. Victor Ireland only did Cosmic Fantasy 2. That's the only game he was able to localize. For Cosmic Fantasy 1, 3, 4-1, and 4-2, we never got in North America until just the last year or two. The other four games, I never had an opportunity to really play up until these recent re-releases because there was no English translation that was done of the other games. I wanted to play. Two didn't really do much that was unfair. It was a little too brain dead easy. The game was not very functional. It was very broken. They clearly didn't program bosses in. The enemies were not programmed to use status ailments or do anything other than attack, despite there being equipment and anti-status ailments implying they should have done those things. So there really wasn't any playtesting, and I guess Victor Ireland could only fix so much, but no, that's just the game as it naturally was. 4-1 was just kind of structured in a very bad way, and it had like that whole H anime kind of opening segment where you had like the look investigation like you'd see in those adventure games. I'm trying to think of the genre. Basically, where you're investigating and looking around, kind of like a lot of the games that Joe's plays, like the King's Quest and things of that nature. But it was done in a very uncompelling way. It followed characters that really weren't essential to the story, and it made you go down various pick a path options rather than having you choose a haha option. But no, really, let's pick this option. They want you to do the haha, look at this funny pervy option, and they make you mandatorily choose that, which I think is so boring and stupid. I was very anti 4-1, especially since you had 50 minutes of that before you could actually do any RPGing. And but any event, let's get. But 4-2 fixes all of it. Number one, the combat is a lot better. You aren't ATB locked while enemies are taking their turns. There's no bad dungeon design to where you have to completely redo all of the dungeons. They did away with that, thank goodness. And it's following a protagonist that was the one in Cosmic Fantasy 2, which is the whole reason I got into the series to begin with, was to find out what happened to him. And so it was just a lot more interesting of a game, but I had just given up so much hope. Like I gave 4-1 the lowest score I gave any game in history on my channel. I was so disgusted with how I felt with it. But let's go ahead and talk about each of the games in order. Cosmic Fantasy 1 is very, very short. There's really not a whole lot to say that's going to apply to the grand scheme of things. The main hero is Yu. He's part of the Cosmic Hunters. Cosmic Hunters are like this intergalactic peace organization that travel the galaxy, fight evil, space pirates, and all of that. They responded to a distress signal on planet Norg. And on planet Norg, on the way there, we hit a mine disguised as an asteroid because they have those apparently. I don't know why. We ended up crash landing on Norg. When we have control, we're able to look at the items that are on our ship. One of them is a photo of our deceased parents, and we look at them, and it's a young us, and then the two parents. We go on, we do various adventure stuff. We end up meeting with Saya, who ends up being the only other companion we have in our journey. It turns out this entire distress signal was phony. It was sent out by the space pirate who wanted to kill us. This entire plot regarding this planet was orchestrated so that they could kill the main character named Yu. Why? It's not explained. Don't worry about it. But we end up defeating the space pirate. We end up saving the day, and Saya decides to leave and join with us. She's kind of the uh, person that's very, very clear is supposed to be Yu's love interest in the grand scheme of things, but she's also kind of portrayed as one of those people that gets jealous of every little interaction you have with any other female character, which is unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. Is the space pirate the old lady looking for a group? No, Miss Mondor. We'll get to Miss Mondor when it's time for 4-1 Mackenzie. We're jumping a little too far ahead. She's coming up. But that's all you really need to know with Cosmic Fantasy 1. Yeah, Luna, but on steroids. Speaking of Luna, Cosmic Fantasy 2, which is the very, very first game that I played for the TurboGrafx CD version that Victor Ireland localized. Very Lunar coded at the very, very start. I could see immediately why he picked the game. We start on Clan Island. That's the name of the place on Planet Adea. So far, we have no relation to the space themes of the first game. It's very clear that this is a planet that has nothing to do with any of that yet. Van is yahooing and yahoing like Joe Yabuki would. He's running around with the spear, kind of doing front flips and everything else. Lorla, childhood friend slash love interest, is out helping with the harvest. Sound familiar, Lunar fans? While he's goofing off, and so she chastises him, and he's like, I can go out and I can go hunt with the spear, like, and all of this other stuff. And it's like, no, if you have so much energy, why don't you help out with the field and everything else? And so just kind of puts him in his place, very Luna-like. And so we end up going to one of the neighboring towns, but on the way there, there's a tree in the middle. And we see the initials of him and Larla carved into the tree. The main character's name is Vaughn, and the childhood love interest's name is Larla. And that's actually one of the stream requests I had Tay do with Paulo and Daisy instead of Vaughn and Larla. So fun fact if you want to know where that came from. And so ultimately we end up after we look at the tree, we see that one of the nearby villages has been burned to the ground. And we go check on the village, and we talk to the village elder. We find out that a wizard named Wisda under the one of the Gallum is the name of the main person who sent the wizard, has burned a nearby village because they're searching for someone. We hear about them looking for a princess of Idea. The elder mentions a necklace that the princess supposedly wears. And we immediately picture Larla in her head because she has this very important necklace that she's been wearing around her neck. We end up going back, and we learn that she's been kidnapped. We end up meeting with Wisda on the dock. We go to stop him. We immediately get defeated, and Larla gets kidnapped. We end up reawakening. Abel rescues us from the main town, tells us the whole story about Larla. She's not initially from Clan Village. She's actually was born like 16 years ago in another nearby kingdom on a very cloudy, dark, ominous day. A prophecy was passed down that day that said she has a magical power from her birth that can affect the destiny of Adea and the planet. Yes, yes, sound familiar? Sound familiar? And then, but with her powers, the wizard was able to seal those powers, but they're sealed only until their 17th year when the way the game phrases it is weird. They say until a man can unlock them, whatever you want to interpret that to mean. But basically, the game kind of hand waves that and says if she's taken in marriage by the time of her 17th birthday, the powers are released to the individual that marries her. So presumably, if the individual is pure of heart, then their powers will be used for the benefit of Idea. But if a wicked person is able to unlock those powers, it can reshape the very foundation of the world. And so, to keep everything safe, she was raised in secret in the village of Clan. We're directed to see the king of Lemli, who started all of this, and he hands us a letter to go take to the king. Along the way, we run into a character named Annie, who joins us in our journey. She's an apprentice magician. Sound familiar? And she needs an escort through an underground passageway. We do so. We end up meeting the king, and after we escort her, she leaves. She will be back later, but we escorted her and she's out of the picture for right now. We meet the king. He's fallen ill. He's on his deathbed. We're told to get Larla back from Galen, which we're going to do anyway. We have the best swordsman of the kingdom, Jan, join us. And along the way, we do various things, like we help a town where time has stopped and stood still. We slay some demons. We end up having a person named Lyle join us. He helps us destroy the demons, then Lyle leaves. We make our way to Darva, who is the magician that was the one who passed down this prophecy in the first place. And Annie is also there as well. She takes us to Darva, and we learn that Gallum was actually Darva's pupil. When he and ultimately initially took him under his wing because he was impressed with his magical prowess, but he was researching the forbidden magic, the bad stuff. And so when he left, he actually took the royal. After being confronted for using the dark magic, he just took all of his stuff out and left the next day. But he also took the royal archives. That's how he learned that Larla was transferred to Clan Island. And so we end up at that particular point becoming Darva's apprentice. We need to try to make ourselves more powerful. We need to learn magic. We need to meet with all of these elemental spirits. So we do so. We end up needing to try to pursue a goddess Sarum. And basically, she's a goddess that turned to stone, and we need to figure out why was she Ghost of Maiden's Peaked? Like, what happened to her? It turns out that there are certain tiers that will unlock the power of the statue and make her something that we'll be able to derive the powers from. So we meet the statue, we purify it, we get the goddess staff, we go on our merry way, we go back to Darva, and Darva says, Annie, can you excuse us a moment? Darva then says, look, I'm not long for this world. We want you to be able to use this power to save Idea. He opens the path to the north and asks us to go ahead and continue. And Annie has to stay behind and look after Darva and tells us to please hurry back after defeating Galam. It's very evident at that point that she has feelings for us as we're going on our journey. We end up meeting a person named Joshua. We need a way into Galam's tower, but we don't have any way in. He is able to construct us a warp device, basically saying if we can get control of these devices, we can warp an entire army into Galam's castle. Only problem is we have to defeat a general that's guarding that warp equipment and stuff we need to make it. We do so, we end up going back in, we teleport in, but we teleport into the prison. Which is kind of a little bit of a miscalibration, kind of a wrong place to teleport. But we end up going in, we end up busting out, we end up freeing everybody. We go to the very, very top, and we finally confront Galam. Larla is kind of there with this 1,000-yard stare in her eyes. It's an animated cutscene, and ultimately Galam is saying, basically he's declared victory at this particular point, saying, Larla's his wife already. Look at her, she's forgotten all about you. And we cut back to her 1,000-yard stare, but she's crying. Like, it's clear that tears are coming out of her eyes. Van completely loses composure and challenges Galam basically for the fate of all of Idea. We lose. We completely lose that fight. And what ends up happening is Galam says, since you can't seem to really appreciate or grasp that I'm already on the cusp of attaining immortality, and you don't really understand my grand vision for this planet, why don't I send you to a time period where you can? So he opens up a portal of time, sends us 20 years into the future. At that particular point in time, that's where Van's portion of the story comes to a conclusion. At least that so far in Cosmic Fantasy 2. We cut to the 20 years later, and this coincides with the present timeline. The present timeline being the timeline that was established in Cosmic Fantasy 1. So we cut to a character named Rem, Babette in the name of the dub of Cosmic Fantasy 2 that Victor Island brought out. She's lamenting that her job is a drag. She's stuck in a backwater sector of the universe on patrol, and she's yeah, the ocarina did not work. She's chastised by the robotic computer. Basically, you can't expect a Cosmic Hunter's life to be action adventure all the time. And then, just then, there's a distress signal from Idea. She ends up saying, the voice in the computer says, "Oh, we can let headquarters know about this." And she's like, "Nah, I can go down and check for myself." Basically, she's bored out of her skull and she just wants an excuse to do anything adventurous. And so we end up going to the future of Idea. People are getting kidnapped left and right, and it's not the Vile Tribe that's doing it this time. It's henchmen of Galam that are going around and kidnapping everybody. We end up uh, rescuing Pick, who is Nyan's offspring. Nyan being the cat merchant that was established in the first game and is a recurrent character. Rem gets us out. Mission gets him out. Mission accomplished. But uh, they're not able to leave. That's because without her able to pilot the ship's computer is not able to use weaponry to fight off the space pirates that are now attacking the ship, and so they are stuck there. Meanwhile, Van wakes up and shouts from Galam, having just been in a 4-day coma, having crash landed in a bolt of lightning to that point in the timeline 4 days earlier. He wakes up and talks to a woman, finding out that you can't call him a slime ball and all this other stuff. Galam has ears everywhere, and it'd be the death of them if they were to hear that say that. So here's what's happened in the 20 years. Not only has Galam taken Larla to be his wife, they have, as we've learned in the 4-2 game, they've sired a child together. A number of the individuals that fought in the rebellion to stop Galam in the very, very beginning, a number of them have either died off, a number of them are still fighting, although more in vain. Some of them have even defected, joined the sides of the opposition. So everything is in complete and utter shambles, and it's like it's one of those moments in like playing an RPG. I've had two moments ever where I've looked at an RPG, just kind of stared at it. I'm like, there's no way this is going to be a happy ending. There's no way you can fix this. There's nothing you could do to make this better. One was Final Fantasy VI at a certain pivotal point in that game, and the other was this one. I mean, no matter what you do, it's 20 years in the future. Larla's 20 years older than you. Like everything is like completely screwed up. And we end up going and finding out that Galam built a fortress 18 years ago in the place where our former clan village hometown was. We end up meeting Pick and rescuing him in town. He tells us Rem is kidnapped. We end up rescuing Rem at that particular point. All of us join together at that point. And you from the first game uh, ends up having. So this is. I'm trying to think of how to really incorporate all the individuals that are coming in from the prior game. What ends up happening is the machinations for the cast of the first game are brought up to the second one. We learn that there's cosmic pirate activity around Idea, and so you, who is celebrating his birthday, is asked to go to that particular planet and and try to fix everything. We end up meeting with several of the people from the rebel camp from the 20 before the 20-year time skip. We end up going to meet up with the area where Darva used to be, and Annie is still there. She's still there because Darva had prophesized that Vaughn, after being defeated by Gallum, would return. And so Annie has been stuck in that area for 20 years waiting for us. She ends up taking us and helps us understand that basically the secret of the immortality must be Larla's pendant. And if we can find Larla, if we can access the pendant, we can put a stop to Gallum. And so we meet up with Larla. We end up talking with her in like a very, very short scene. She ends up relinquishing the pendant to us and says, "With this, you can defeat Galam." And then we just kind of get sent on our way. It's a very, very short scene. We end up defeating Galam, but the cost of sacrificing the pendant means that Larla uh, is not able to continue to be alive. Her life force is also spent. So we go through that entire journey to have a main protagonist that doesn't end up living to see the main love interest at the very, very end, and kind of lost and in trepidation about everything that's happened. He he tries to make a new path for himself going forward and ends up joining the Cosmic Hunters, and that's kind of where the game ended, and that was where my interest in the series kind of really began. That was the only game we really had, and I'm like, what happens to this guy? Like, where does he go from here? And because that was a really, really sad, really, really sad story for two. The third game involves more of the backstory for Yu's parents. We learn it's a backstory about the characters in that particular game. Ray and Mai are his parents, and we end up having to go back in time because some of the space pirates try to prevent one of the founding members from founding the space pirates to begin with, and we end up defeating them, and that's all we need to do about that's all we need to really talk about for 3. For 4-1, we're almost ready to actually start playing the game now. For 4-1, that's where Miss Mondar comes into play, Mackenzel. There also seems to be a little bit of retconning here. In the first game, when you examine the portrait, it says Yu's deceased parents, a picture of Yu's deceased parents. But when you examine a portrait, they talk about the parents being missing and that they've been missing for about 10 years. So I don't know if there was just a bad translation of one, or if they just retroactively decided to retcon that, because I feel that Miss Mondor, the person that we're trying to reunite for the tour group, is Yu's mother. We just don't fully have any confirmation of that yet. But the first game, we end up being contacted by an individual that basically someone from the planet Kazarin their princess has been kidnapped. This is a town that's been made very, very prosperous because there's Topianus ore there, and with mining all of that ore, it's actually accelerated that planet's growth. And so Yu is there to find out what's happened to the princess and rescue her. Saya is a spitting image of the princess, and so ends up being a replacement of that to basically replace the princess so that nobody is alarmed about all of that. Nothing really eventful happens in 4-1 up until we get to the point where we get to the mining area and we learn that all of the ore is being rocketed off to somewhere else. The game kind of to be continues before we learn where. Again, 4-1 doesn't really have a whole lot happening. That's interesting. 4-2 picks up with our main protagonist, Vaughn, from Cosmic Fantasy 2. And he ends up joining Rem, the person who he rescued, and ends up being picked up. We learn this is 2 years after he was picked up, at least in the story. So he's been in the Cosmic Hunt. He's been a Cosmic Hunter for about 1 year now. He failed the exam for like 1 year before he was finally accepted. and he is still traumatized by his loss of Larla. It's not shown like he's not sitting there and moping. He's still very like brash and reckless with the way that he conducts himself. But it's clear he's still very very shaken up by her loss. And we wake up in the middle of a nightmare. He still thinks back to the pendant. He thinks back to Galam, and ultimately we end up he ends up walking in on Rem when she's showering. And if this was you beating up with Saya, they'd have a lot more laughs and they play it with a lot more comedic edge. But a lot of that is blunted because Rem is going to tell him off and then notices that he's wearing the pendant of Larla, and then the fight kind of tapers off. And ultimately it's just one of those situations where Rem clearly has feelings for Vaughn, but Vaughn he's not completely oblivious to it. As much as he comes across that way outwardly. It's just that after everything that's happened in Cosmic Fantasy 2, he doesn't believe he deserves to be close to anybody. The one person who he depended on to keep, the one person who really was needing to keep, the one person he was really trying to keep safe, he wasn't able to. And, all of these people had to suffer as a result. He's flung into a time period where really nobody knows him. He feels that he's very, very expendable in his role as a cosmic hunter. He joined to have like some sense of purpose and to find himself, but he's going around doing a bunch of menial tasks. He's not going out and like saving the day and doing a lot of these like very heroic things a lot of the time. He's doing a lot of what Rem was doing, which is menial patrol. But it's very, very clear that he's not sitting there and moping, but he's still very, very hard on himself in a number of respects. And the story picks up with Annie from 2, uh, having been discovered after we chase a distress signal. It turns out that she had left Idea, and Idea is in great danger. She couldn't, their satellites and everything are jammed. She couldn't have relayed a distress signal outward from the planet. That's why she had to escape and she was pursued. But she ends up having a conversation after seeing the way that Rem and I had interacted with each other. And, she's like, Rem likes you. And Vaughn just kind of blows it off, and it's just like, and everything else, and just says there's no way that's true. And then it's like, well, it is true. I mean, after all, you left the planet without realizing how I felt about you. I mean, I don't think this is any different. And he once again kind of affirms to himself later after thinking on his words that he just doesn't believe that he deserves to be close to anybody. As we go through the game, we end up going to this planet, trying to uh-oh. Hello. Oh no. Did OBS freeze? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, that was strange. It froze for a moment. It froze for a moment, but it's unfrozen now. Okay, that's good. I don't know what ended up happening. Basically, okay, good, 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 good. I'm glad. So we're almost caught up. We're almost caught up to where I was at. So we end up going to Idea, and Jan, one of the individuals that was the king of Remlai's best swordsman that helped us 20 years ago, is now the president of Idea now. And the pyramid that's over this entire location is once again an area that we aren't able to access very easily. So we debate how to get into this pyramid with the president. So it's ourself, Pick, Niam's offspring, and Rem and Annie, all four of us as playable people right off the bat, debating what to do. Van recalls how Joshua helped build the teleporter device from 2 and said we should go ahead and visit them. Annie and Rem go, "What are you, stupid? He was an old man and he helped you what 22 years ago. He's gonna be dead." And so it's like, "What you got?" And then Van's like, "What, you got a better idea about what to do?" And so it's we end up going there because it's our only lead. And surprise, surprise, he died 10 years ago. But his son, Joshua's son, Yashua, I'm not making it up, has indicated that the blueprints are around there somewhere. Pick indicates that 3 items are needed. Yes, uh, for the for the actual for the actual warp device. I'll spare you all of the non-necessary details about what we needed to do, but we end up completing the warp devices with enough charges for only 3 people to go in. So Pick does not go in, stays behind, and so it is Vaughn, it is Rem, and it is Annie that all go teleporting in. And at this particular point, it's the party is split up. They teleport and they all go to different locations. And so Van ends up finding Rim, who has ended up being captured by one of these other individuals, by the enemy. And Van just has a moment of almost I want to say basically PTSD, because he flashes back to the scene with Wisda in Cosmic Fantasy 2 with Larla getting kidnapped and everything that happened thereafter, and he just absolutely snaps. He destroys and dismantles the enemies and just kind of goes on this very, overly aggressive stance where he's like, "I'm going to keep you safe. I'm going to keep you safe. I'm going to protect you." And Rem is like, "Where is this coming from?" Like, to her defense, she doesn't kind of like melt into all of this. She's kind of like, "What's with you all of a sudden?" But it's kind of clear at this point in the story that Van is kind of imprinting a lot of his feelings and trauma about Larla and placing them onto Rem, and kind of having a little bit more of an unhealthy dynamic in terms of his interest in her. We end up trying to continue to search for Annie because she's still missing. We end up meeting Annie, and she asks for the pendant from Vaughn, and Vaughn's thinks it's strange, but is going to acquiesce. But then Rem's like, "No, don't do it. This doesn't seem like Annie," and it's not Annie. It ends up being an imposter Annie, and we end up defeating the imposter, and we learn that the real Annie is bound somewhere else nearby. The person starts electrocuting Annie and threatens, like, give me the actual pendant, and I'm gonna go, or basically I'll electrocute her till she dies." We hand it over, and to the person's credit, they release Annie. But we are now left on this ship to presumably crash and die. So no worries, we can teleport out. Except Rem's teleporter, after being captured by those guards earlier, is non-functional. We only have 2 working teleporters. We learn from uh, we learn from Annie that she has learned magic just in case, the same dark magic that Gallum had used to be able to thrust us 20 years into the future in Cosmic Fantasy 2. She can warp one individual out, but only one. After all the damage she took, she could only warp one person out. Van immediately says it should be him, that he has the most experience. I mean, he's gone through the time travel before. He's a stranger in this time period. Nobody's really going to miss him. He's the most expendable. You can get another partner. And Rem's like, "No, no, no. Stop, stop, stop. Stop being so self sacrificing. Use this brain power to think of a plan to get us all out." But Van is like committed to this plan. And then, like, Rem just continues to shake her head and protest, and basically just like kind of just coming right up against this self-sacrificing mindset, and just comes out and says, "Look, I'm not Larla. I'm not gonna. You think I'm gonna wait 20 years for you to like recognize, like, to see me for who I am?" and for you to see me as someone else other than Larla and do all this other stuff and just kind of really makes a very important stand for herself. Van still says it should be himself that should go forward, and Rem says, "Will you remember me when I'm older?" And Van says, "Yes." And Rem shoves him out of the way and goes into the portal in time. With no time to think, Van and Annie have to teleport out. Um, Rem's father, who happens to be a very wealthy, someone who's the lead of like a fleet of merchants, basically immediately attacks Van, and Van immediately attacks himself at the same time. Because once again, he has failed to keep someone dear to him safe all over again. In the meantime, we learn that uh, we learn it's at that same time when all of these events were happening, we learn about Larla's son that was sired from Galam. We actually end up meeting them in the events following everything that happened. They resent they resent us, but they also resent their father. They resent their father, they resent Galam. They loved Larla, but Larla did not love them. It's clear that Larla did not love him or his father, and basically blames you for not you, but basically blames Vaughn for all of the suffering that Larla had to go through, all of the suffering that he's had to go through, and very effective foil in that regard. And meanwhile, Van is looking at a walking, talking, uh, representation of Galam, who's caused all of the stress and trauma to himself. And so they end up, he ends up challenging Van to a fight. He immediately defeats us, just like father, like son, I guess. And before he can develop the finishing blow, the pendant that was that the person who kidnapped Annie had taken away from us that was given to this person, had a music box that opened up and started playing, and his powers started being neutralized, and he had to leave. But basically, we learn from like this Helldrake person. Um, think of Helldrake like um, think of him like Lord Umbra from the Mighty Orbots. It's this like ethereal, shadowy face, evil person guy that's kind of the master of all of like the cosmic space pirates and everything else. And we learn that that's a necessary thing to keep his powers in check. But it's clear he's being used by this evil society. Go figure. But that's kind of where we are right now. We're in Act 8. We're after the confrontation with Galam's son, and I don't know if he has a sore throat. You'll have to judge it for yourself. I'm sure we're going to hear him talk again. In any event, I've been live 45 minutes and there's been no gameplay. I think we ought to change that. But it's just one of those things where it's just like in a game where the first protagonist was like this kind of I mean, obviously, there's it's sad that his mother and father are missing. Yu's mother and father is missing, but in a series where you have a shonen protagonist that's basically just like going like this whenever he sees like a walks in on somebody bathing, it's like no, this is a giant misunderstanding, and just gets kind of like haha comedy slapped. It's refreshing to have a character that just doesn't devolve into that, that actually is having legitimate trauma and is not really falling to, not retreating to like a dark, desolate corner and like moping about everything all the time, that they're actually getting out there and, kind of head first confronting everything, but still like kind of having all of this heavy weight from everything that's happened in 2 and 4-2 so far. But in any event, I am sick of talking about it. I want to play it. So we'll go ahead and go to Cosmic Fantasy Collection 2. We'll be going to 4-2, which is going to be Van's return and picking up with Act 8. We are very, very healthily leveled in that game because fighting is extremely fun in it. It's fun in the sense that and rather than having fights where you have like 3 or 4 monsters in an area, you have 10 to 12 per area. They all drop unique stuff. They also have unique monsters that are like the metal slimes that give you like high EXP or gold, that all have unique drops. It's pretty fun in that regard. So we're gonna go ahead and continue Van's return. And we'll go ahead and load our town here. So as you can see, we have Van, Annie, and Nyan in our party right now. So Nyan joined us again because he's like a mainstay in every one of the games. It's loud? Okay. How is this? Is this better? Is it still drowning me out? Better? Okay. I just want one more confirmation before we go any further. Well, in any event, we'll go to the next area to continue, which is going to be the tower to the north. Right now, we're still trying to figure out what happened to Rem, but we're also trying to figure out what they're going to do with all of the ore. It's part of this, like, Big Bang project. We don't know what that is, but it sounds like it's going to blow stuff up, which we do not want. The music made him deaf. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it hasn't kept you... Hopefully it's a lot... Hopefully my voice is at least carrying. If I need to drop it even lower, please let me know. Tower of Darius. Looks like we've arrived. But how will we get inside? If I remember correctly, there should be a hidden passage under one of the trees by the tower. Thankfully, there's no one, doesn't appear to be any encounters here, but we'll just keep looking. Found a hole. I was about to say it's weird it wasn't letting me walk to the right, so I immediately got suspicious. This is more of a pit than a passage. More importantly, how are we going to get out? We'll worry about that later. I'm pretty sure the dungeons are one floor below us. Let's hurry. That to the right looks like a hidden wall. And it is. Found Lightning H. How are we doing with inventory? Pretty good. Land Blessing. Okay. We'll try to run where possible. Food storage. That explains why there was so much stuff there. Also, you will continue to notice that the bad AI translation, unfortunately the only translation of this game, is clearly AI translated and nobody proofread it. Just one of the things we have to accept about this product. That's why you'll see things like they manage to escape, because they will just have extra words in there that they just did not look at. Yeah, they're teaching it as dummies. But I'm glad that the volume is better. I think we'll probably just take the stairs. Yeah, I mean, this was clearly the most egregious example that I think you could possibly imagine with that happening. Where it's, you know, I mean, the first game I knew we were in for like a terrible product, just because anytime you attacked an enemy, it was translated as the enemy attacking you, and every time the enemy attacked you, it was translated as you attacked the enemy. And so that was confusing to get over for like the first 10 minutes of the game, not understanding what was going on. I'm like, who's hurting what now? What's happening? And so it's one of those things where I figured it out eventually later, but it was just, I was so lost as to why HP was going up and down at random intervals until I realized, oh, that's what's happening. This goes up, let's find a stairwell that goes down. Okay, fair enough, we'll go to this one here. I like the fact that shields actually block stuff in this game. I know that sounds like a weird criticism, but like a lot of just the most basic mechanics in an RPG, like evasion working and shields doing blocking stuff and magic increasing stats, actually increasing magic damage you do. Like, it took until 4.2 to actually have mechanics in an RPG do what they, actually do what they're purport to do. That was really the biggest problem. I felt like Cosmic Fantasy II's story, if I encountered a story like that when I was really, really young, if that was one of the first RPGs I had played, I think I would have been a lot, I think that would have, like, kind of tapered my expectations of a lot of different RPGs a lot differently. Because that's a pretty ambitious and brave thing to do, is to like take your game's world and like completely turn it on its head and invert it, make it seem like you're fighting the final battle of the game, and then you actually aren't. You've actually just only hit the midpoint, and here's where the game actually kicks off, and here's where you have to save everybody and fix everything that's gone wrong with the world. Yeah, no, I mean, it's weird, because I basically, once I played 4.1 and I saw, like, they just aren't learning how to make an RPG, I'm like, look, I give up. I failed 3 out of the 4 games score-wise. I even failed 2, not because I thought 2's story was bad, but because I felt the gameplay was bad. Auntie Mora? Is Mylan okay? Who are you? Fan! It's Fan! Is everyone okay? Let's get you out of here. What is it, Van? Now that I think about it, I don't remember the spell to open this gate. What? Wow, sometimes I just don't understand you. Let me try. It's actually translated as a kneel, which is not correct. That's strange. Open? Not that one either. Knock? Open sesame? What's wrong, Annie? Not working? Oh, I haven't used that spell in so long. Looks like I forgot it. You two are useless. This calls for my laser knife. What is it, Nyan? I forgot it. Oh, hang on, wait, that's not it. The two of them are fighting. Shoot, why does this always happen to me? Van, I think the key to the dungeon is held by Garath. He's the one who rules over this tower. Garath? Yes, he's captain of the space pirates here in this tower. It's Garath who locked us up in here. He should be in the top of the tower. Alright, I'll go take care of him and get the key. Wait here. Be careful, Vaughn. Garath has mysterious magical powers. Alright, so that one area that we ignored, we can probably now go to. For the sake of time, I think it's just best for me to run from everything I can. If we can. I will say, as bad as the encounter rate was in Cosmic Fantasy 3, the flea success rate was higher. Yeah, I don't, you know, the thing about, going back to your comment, Mackenzel, it's clear they haven't, that nobody played the game. The people, whatever they used to translate the game, it's clear nobody play tested it after. There's no way anybody did. There's just too many things you'd notice, too many lines of text that were not translated, period. Too many sections where there's just typos, like clearly on battle screens, and Cosmic Fantasy loves their battle screens. But it's rough because it was one of those things where it's like nobody translated the game for like 30 years, and like this is all you have. So it's tough because I don't recommend buying from people that clearly use AI translation. I wouldn't say people need to follow in my footsteps. I would say, if you want, I would say play 2. Play the TurboGrafx CD version of 2. I think they do, I think they do a good enough job with their story. But like, if you're looking for like really in-depth combat and mechanics and like, fair encounter rates and everything like that, not a series for you. Not a series for you. I think at this point, we're just gonna have to start attacking. We're just missing too many runs. One of the things that I find interesting is Motoi Sakuraba did work on the music for Part 4. I think it's probably one of the earliest things he actually did work on. Shining Force, Golden Sun. Yeah, it looks like there's another healing computer in a safe spot. Yeah, I mean, I would say after failing to run 7 times, it's funny because it's time comparable to run 7 times versus defeating these guys naturally. It's just you have to gamble as to whether you're going to fail 7 times. So Annie got a really good critical, so she instantly killed the enemy. Alright, there's the next staircase. And there's the next one. Should I pay much attention to the fact that we have 2 discolored tiles directly south of me? I think they're... Yeah, so actually, let me let's be smart about this. Let's set our movement speed to normal. That way we're not zipping accidentally into maybe one of those fall spots. Because I could see myself accidentally moving 2 tiles instead of 1 and just falling. It seems like eventually we're gonna have to fall to the center area. Oops, I chose to bend because I was moving over to the next character and accidentally hit the move 1 more time than I needed to. Okay, so we'll go up. I can't tell if that's discolored, so I'm gonna walk around it. I think that's a smarter play. Okay, so now we can walk this way. I will say one bit of programming problem I do notice in this game is that there are attacks that are 2-parters. One of the attacks that'll do damage, and then there's a secondary part where the game checks to see whether the attack is going to paralyze or, you know, do poison or something else. Okay, he's immune to taking physical attack damage. May just be better to see if we can continue to run. Hey, Shockstorm. Favorite master... It depends. 4-2, yes. 4-1, no. 4-1 was bad. It needs to be... I don't know. I don't have anything clever for my joke for it. I was gonna say something, but it's pretty terrible. Cosmic Fantasy 1. I've already said my piece about it. Okay, I don't think we are going to run from this fight. I think we're going to have to take it on. But yeah, the actual attack checking, like the attack can miss and the paralysis will still happen, which I think is a little bit incorrect. We'll go ahead and use ice. 5 damage to him. Let's at least attack the fireballs, so we can go ahead and run. I thought I was going to target the Twin Fang by default. That's why I moved over 1. So I played myself. Is Heidi gonna be this Thursday instead of Wednesday? I'm just trying to remember, plan my week. I think it is, if I remember correctly. It is, okay. We are never going to run from this guy. I have to figure out what... I don't remember him being this immune. He ran away after all. I tried to run from him like 20 times and he runs from me. What an ass. Okay. Is any of this safe to walk on? I guess so. Yes, because the first game follows the protagonist of 1, who also ends up having a story component in 3 because we end up going back in time and we end up meeting the characters that, number 1, not only would form the Cosmic Hunters, but were Yu's mother and father. And so it was kind of a tearful goodbye because after we settled the events of the space pirate that went back in time to try to destroy Daigo before the Cosmic Hunters were even founded, he kind of he has tears in his eyes as he leaves because he can't reveal their relationship to him for obvious reasons, but he kind of cries because he gets to he got to see his parents after 10 years of not being able to see them. Okay, this is not the staircase we want. Yeah, and then the second game follows Vaughn, who's the protagonist from the second game, which is in my opinion, the better story and the better protagonist. I think my experience, my feelings about Cosmic Fantasy would be very, very different if I played 1, 3, or 4, 1, rather than playing 2 first. I think 2 kind of solidified in my mind that, okay, they don't quite have a grasp of the RPG mechanics. They really don't know how to program boss fights. They don't really know how to program fights very well. The story is there. Like, it's just so Lunar coded. It's just such a Victor Ireland game. Like, I immediately understood why he localized it, like, within about 10 minutes of playing it. And this was before we even had Lunar, released on the Sega CD. So it's actually pretty astonishing that he already kind of had that kind of hyper focus on that even before we even had a game like that to exist. Wouldn't it be funny if these tiles just don't mean anything and I'm just avoiding them for no reason? Okay, this looks like an important doorway, so I am going to make sure Annie is healed. Yeah, but the thing was, both of these games were, it's clear they were both in development around the same time, because this game was released, I think, 5 months after 4.1. And that was the main reason I said to myself, once 4.1 failed, once I gave 4.1 a 38, I'm like, this game is clearly going to use probably the same engine as 4.1 and the same ideas as 4.1. I do not want it anywhere near me or my channel, so we'll go ahead and just preemptively, like, quietly make it not appear as one of the games that we played. And then it turned out to be the best one, only because it actually tried with the RPG stuff and finally learned how to program a game with decent RNG. Now, would I appreciate a higher flee rate success? Yes, I would. I'd appreciate it right now because I don't want to take these fights, but it's okay. If I did want to take the fights, it would reward me because there's so many enemies and they all drop unique stuff. And that's just, and I know that sounds like a funny thing to say, like, Guard, like, enemies drop items in RPGs all the time. Not in Cosmic Fantasy, they don't. Not in Cosmic Fantasy. This is the first game that actually gave multiple enemies drops. It's like you actually take RPG staples with the sympathetic character and, you know, somewhat interesting story, and you know, you actually have a mixture for a decent RPG. Who would have thought? And it's just, because I will say it's the first time I actually played a Cosmic Fantasy game, and I wanted to fight stuff. No, not right the second, but I will say that just in situations, because you have unique metal slimes in every area. There's multiple different breeds. I've encountered at least 8 metal slime variants per area, some of which drop equipment you can only get from those monsters, which is so cool. Like, it's such a cool idea. It's a guaranteed drop. Once you defeat that particular monster, it's guaranteed. Other monsters, you may have to farm to get the certain drops. Cutscene? I've been waiting for you, Cosmic Hunter scum. You must be Gorath. You look as disgusting as your name sounds. How rude you are. No manners. I will strike you down so you'll never be able to open that mouth of yours again. I like him throwing the cape off. Utterly weak. I won't lose to someone with no ambition. But what if you do? Let's try doing a normal attack with Annie, actually. Yeah, that seems to be the way. Day! I don't know if that's what he should have said. That doesn't make any sense. Wah! Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So depending on which of those chants he has, I'll probably have a different attack. I wonder if it's going to be a multi-form fight. Right now, you know, it doesn't seem like a fight I'm really going to have to mess with much in the way of buffs. He recovered some... okay, so he did heal. Oh, we're doing less damage. So he did more than just heal himself. Okay, we will have to apply buffs. Yeah! His attack increased. Let's go ahead and use Viker. And we'll increase Annie's speed. Here I go, he says. Falcon Chop reversal. Sneeze keeps going. So who's next? Annie block. Oh, is she going to be the target for all of the hits? Okay, so it attacks 4 times and it's just multiple party members. Okay, his defense is down. So we did almost 400 damage with Ron's attack. Gorath is exhausted. So he's probably... Okay, so we have a brief moment of reprieve. Ah, I got beaten. Why me? Defeated all enemies, 2015 gold and 4281 EXP. The key? The key? The item we needed to get to unlock the basement? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Wait, maybe it's in here. Okay, good. I was about to say, do I have to pick the exact tile to fall down to locate it? Thankfully, the answer is no. Now, I am trying to be mindful of my inventory management. The main reason is that 4-1, much like this game, there's no distinction between a key item and a normal item. They all just go into your big inventory. If you have a key item and it goes in your inventory and you are full on space, guess what happens? Do they toss out your regular item? No, they toss out the key item you would have picked up. So I had soft locked my game on Act 9, the final chapter of 4.1, because I threw away the key card I needed to progress the game. So I had to reload my save and do the dungeon again, which was not a fun time. So I keep opening my inventory every time I get something and sorting, just to make sure I don't make that mistake. Missed. Oh no! Oh no! Guess what? Guess what? I did it for the items, but my equipment is full, so I tossed the armor. That's okay. I don't know if this game, I think this game probably has fixed the issue with the actual key items, but I'm still paranoid. I don't want to tempt fate and find out. I am going to go ahead and toss out a couple of equipment pieces. It's okay. We will be fine. We'll just use our guts. Guts. So we're back on the first floor, so we'll make our way to the basement here. We need to increase our movement speed back too fast. A napalm gun. No. Looks like our weapon is 40 better. The reason I'm checking with everybody is certain characters have certain affinities with weapons that might change their stats differently. Moondrops. Sorry we kept you waiting, Mylan. We brought the key. Rescue the villagers. Right. Everyone, you're safe now. Let's get out of here. Finally, we can go back home. I'm so happy. We need to hurry. Thank you, Van. You saved us. Mylan, just how did you and the villagers of Todo end up in a place like this? Oh well, I'm a hunter now. And a week or so ago, we went hunting in the Bordeaux Mountains. So you saw their fortress? Yes, we saw what looked like an entrance of some sort. But then they found all of us. I was the only one to make it out. He came back to the village badly injured, but we were pursued. Everyone was captured and brought to this tower. Mylan, do you remember where the entrance to the fortress is located? Well, I should be able to find it once we get close. Please, Mylan, can you guide us there? Van, Mylan just barely made it out alive, and think of his mother. I don't think we can ask him to do that. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, Mylan, I've asked too much of you. Mother? I understand. You are a fierce warrior who fought bravely in the revolutionary forces. You don't need to worry about me. Go. Let's go. Peace had finally been restored on Idea. I do not want to let it fall into chaos again. Thank you, Mylan. I know you'll be of great help to Van. Yes, Mother. Van, please take care of my son. Thank you, Auntie. Van, we should leave immediately before they have a chance to come after us again. Well, where should we begin? Right, from here we'll continue north along the Bordeaux Mountains, where we'll come across a cave. It's a little hard to find. I'll give more precise directions once we get closer. Come back safe. She's just gonna hang out here in the fortress. That's fine. Nice of her to trust us, considering we have a terrible track record of keeping people safe. We are in Act 9. This may be the final act. 4-1 had had only 4 acts after, had 9 acts as well. Mylan is level 35 and he has nothing. So, how'd you like a gun? I saved this just for you, as Royce would say. Let's go ahead and give him the Kevlar armor. I don't think he has any magical prowess at all, though. Mylan, huh? Does he have a secret castle? I think the AVGN would have a couple of retorts about it, if he did. We'll quickly go to the inn and heal up. Save our game, and then we'll go forward. All right. Let's go to the north to the cave. Yeah, the encounter rate on the world map is just so comfortably low compared to the other games. The Bordoses. I've never seen it plural. I've never seen a word like that pluralized. I'm sure maybe it's possible. I don't know. I guess that would be the plural of it. When I was running away, I caused an avalanche to keep them from catching me. Now we'll have to do something about this rock. It's not that easy. I can't simply move a rock this big. What should we do, Vaughn? I've got it. If we can't move it, we can smash it. Okay. Sure. The rock crumbles down. Oh, we better not lose to this rock. Thank you for hydrating me. Okay, we'll have to have Annie heal. Van's HP is like a beast mode level is high, it's just everybody else. And plus, I don't know if the rock is going to do anything else other than this. But I need to plan for it in case. We'll need to let that grow a little bit more. We'll have to let it go to Queen territory. What weapon? Whoa, what on earth does this weapon unleash? That did 800 damage. That's just from... That's from the gun? Okay, our freeze gun unleashed just like 50. That does 800? Yes, I do too. It's pretty cute. Yeah, it seems to be a one-trick Stony, so I don't know what else we're gonna have to do here. We pretty much know what we're in for. The rock explodes. No! Okay. Not as bad as I thought. We did it! Rock is defeated. 10 gold. 10 experience points. Small stone! Great. Alright. Just the rock. Alright, we will need to heal that after that fight. I'm debating whether I want to take the napalm gun off of him and give it to Vaan. I mean, if the Unleash does 800 damage, that's like 4 of my normal attacks. If there's even a small chance that we can get it to unleash 1 out of every 4 attacks, that's still gonna, you know, beat us attacking with a stronger weapon 4 times. I'm also afraid of this character leaving our party. He is like clearly the odd person out. So I'm gonna give you, let's give you the Cat's Claw. I'm gonna go ahead and equip the napalm gun. That's ridiculous. The dog's name is Dying Dog, in case you need any more Lunar references than the ones I've given. Okay, I think it's clear we're gonna have to go ahead and just attack. It's taking too long to run through this fight. We might have better luck with a different one, but just not this one. I don't like the way the look of this area, just because it's gonna be a very punishing walk back if we just choose the wrong one. There is a cave here. Chest to the left. A path to the north. To the south is an exit. There's a chest out here. We'll go here and then start making our way back inside the cave. This is a Mirage Cloak. We actually have the space. Oh, it's actually and see, this is like the clearest indication. Like, they will translate it as one thing in one line of text and then another thing in another line of text. I mean, again, just further evidencing it's AI translated. Anti-fish. I don't think that's gonna come in handy in a snowfield, but it's good that we have it. heal the poison. Okay, now we'll go back up. We'll try the path to the north through this cave over here. Oh, it's probably a heal spot. A fountain! Drink the fountain waters? Yes. Okay. Very good. So this is an L grenade. So there's a lot that they're gonna have to do here. We need to figure out what happened to Rem. We need to understand the fate of what happened to Yu's parents 10 years ago. Why they disappeared. We need to resolve the plot thread regarding Gallum's son. We need to figure out what's going on with Operation, like this bomb derby, whatever. So there's a lot that has to be wrapped up. If this is the final act, there's so much they've got to do. Okay. This is a wide open area. I'm going to go down the right path. It seems to loop. Yeah, with 2 spiders, it might just be better off to just go through a normal attack rather than trying to run. So there's another cave there. What's to the bottom right? Or bottom left? I don't know what Mii-Name is doing. Clearly swimming in snow. Okay, this also leads to a cave. This is a pretty big spot. Okay, so it's a heal and save spot. That's useful, but it's not what we wanted. Power Gold. Increases attack. Must be a battle item. Let's toss the L grenade. Magic shield. We might need to go to the area in the center spot then. Moon drops. So the problem with the ATB, sometimes if you're wondering why I go to the run menu and immediately exit out of it, is because I have to try to mash B to get the priority, but if I hit B twice in a row, I cancel out of my run. So that happens sometimes if I'm a little too overzealous. But I want to get my movement in before the enemies have an opportunity to take their turn. So both of these spots are going to be new. There's a cave to the entrance to the side there. I'm also looking to see if we're, you know, if we're lucky, we'll run into a metal slime-like enemy. They're called the Hello Hellos, the H-E-L-O, H-E-L-O. We're finding every heal spot in the game, just we're not locating the actual places to go. It's pretty impressive. But it's also very fair. I mean, considering how long this this area is, they're giving you plenty of opportunities to maintain full health, especially given that you have a brand new party member. So I can't really be upset about it. Okay, I can go behind the waterfall. That was pretty crafty. Considering I didn't even know I could. I just tried. Even before actually going to the correct path. Okay, so what's in here? Sunhelm. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is 170 defense? I mean, there's a speed penalty, but who cares? Is it cursed? I mean, I would think it would say if it was cursed by having the question mark icons. At first I was thinking, is it because I have a napalm gun on? But no, it seems to be... I mean, nulling fire is good. Yeah, I'll slap that on Annie. Yeah, this nullifies lightning. We'll lose the lightning nullification, but I think it's a good trade. He already has cat headgear, go figure. He's a cat. Elemental, like, resistances and weakness was not really something you had to think about too hard in any of the other Cosmic Fantasy games, so there's an added layer of strategy. I will tell you my absolute favorite fight in this game. There is a, one of the characters, Camellia, from Cosmic Fantasy 4-1. Think of her like your Jessie from Team Rocket. And basically, I think I may have recounted this to you, Mackenzel. But basically, there's a fight in this game where you fight the two henchmen of the battle, and then you go and face her. And like, there's a certain part of the battle where, when her HP gets low, she is scripted to start, you know, each time she gets a turn to eat up her healing herbs. When she uses up 3 healing herbs, she realizes she runs out. She exits the battle screen. She harasses the henchmen. And, like, I know you've got healing herbs, cough them up, and, like, forcibly absconds with them. Goes back into battle and starts eating more herbs. Like, obviously, I'm frustrated that she continues to heal. That's really, really funny. It's like, it's not something I'm used to seeing. It's just, I don't see that kind of comedic element, like, in this type of a battle interface, but they managed to do it pretty well. I mean, I could completely see Jessie, like, saying, I've run out of my Pokemon, James, I'm gonna take yours, and then just doing that. Here it is. Beyond this cave, deep in the mountains, is the entrance to their fortress. Well, Mylan, we made it, despite your directions. We'll go this way. Okay, I'm gonna have to check my equipment menu and inventory menu. Just to... See, that's exactly what I was talking about. Annie just got poisoned. The main attack missed, but the secondary effect still applies of getting poisoned, despite the fact that the main attack missed. So I think That is not how that should work. And probably was not meant to work that way, but I think since they programmed it as 2 separate checks rather than like associated with one, they'd run both. It's not a huge deal because I can just exit combat and then heal the poison, but... Card Edge. Okay, an attack item. Oh no, one space away. So Annie only took 6 damage because of the anti-fire property of our helmet. We would have taken a lot more if that wasn't in effect. So when it says null, you don't take, you know, completely no damage. You just take very, very, very minimal. Flame Cyclone. Okay, I think we failed 10 runs. 11. I guess we're fighting. I think 11's my limit. I think that's reasonable to fight after failing to run 11 times. Same encounter, so we're not even gonna try running. Once we get to the next area, I am gonna take my first break. So meaning once we get out of this and approach that fortress they keep talking about. There's Mylan's level. Silent Fog. We'll get rid of it. We'll also toss the stone we got from that one fight. I don't know why the enemies are called T-Fuss. Yeah, I think with Nyan paralyzed now, running is going to be worse, so we'll just have to fight. Surprisingly, fleeing in the first part is worse than fleeing in this part. Mainly because the first game is completely unhinged with the number of enemies that can appear in a fight, with up to like 6 showing up, and they run like a they run a check against every enemy, it appears. So it's worse in that game than it is in this. This is kind of bad. But the encounter rate is better than 4-1, so it kind of balances out a bit. I'm gonna choose right. Of course we picked the Healing Spring route. Oops, no, wrong one. Magic Saber. I think it's actually an item. Left. You have to be close to the end. BC Cannon. Poisons target. It's not of much use to me. I mean, this late in the game. Okay, another healing and save statue. I mean, they're really, really generous. I mean, I just like the fact that they're committed to not making dungeons complete nightmares. Like, I mean, it's almost easy enough to the point of mitigating all of the crimes the previous dungeons committed. Like, we'll give you something to look forward to every couple of floors to heal yourself. You can just take your time, grind, do what you need to do. I see a light at the end of our tunnel here. Go north. There it is. That's what we saw. Alright, got it. Thank you, Mylan. You can head back from here. What are you talking about, Van? Mylan, your mother saved my life. I can't do anything that would break her heart. We'll take it from here. Go back to Choto Village and protect your mother. Right, you have to take care of your mother. See, I grew up all on my own. I envy you, Mylan. Everyone, thank you. To be honest, I was scared even coming this far. Thinking about the possibility of being attacked again made me want to run away. Mylan, I'm actually scared too. I would run away too if it were possible. But this is my duty. If I run away, someone else might get hurt in my place. It may cause terrible grief. To me, that would be even more painful. Come on, Mylan, I have just one request. If we don't return, contact President Jan in Limlai City. Then, when the time comes, lend your strength to the President and his team to protect Edea. Understood. Take care, everyone. Don't worry, we've got the devil's luck. Van, that's just you. I've got the luck of a goddess. Well, then I've got a cute little lucky cat by my side. Sure, that too. Let's go. Annie, Nyan, time to go. So the mother that we're talking about, that's the mother that tended to us when we were in the coma. When I was recounting the events of the story after being flung 20 years into the future, it was her that found us. And we were able to reunite her with her son because he was out trying to investigate what was going on with Gallum, because the world and society had believed, at least part of them, that Gallum had stopped, certain monster invasions, and he did, but he was also the one that unleashed the monsters in the first place. So that's why a lot of factions broke out, some in support of Gallum, some not in support of Gallum. So, in any event, that's her role, and let's go, as Van has said. I won't let you pass from here. Sentry B is firing a machine gun, which could be stopped by a near shield, which is great. I'm not going to complain about it. He's got an HP capsule. All right, we're going in. Yes, well, I guess I'll leave you to it then. Hold on a minute, Nyan. Just where are you going? Right, well, now that you mention it, I remember. I've got to meet up with you and the team. They're taking a different route. I'll be sure to tell them about this place. Seems doubtful. When it comes to wimps, you and Pix share a lot in common. That's true. Well, if you need anything before you leave, I'll give it to you at a discount. How's that sound? Wow, you never change. Even now, still thinking about business. Just let me know if there's anything you need. Oh, I don't think you'll need that skis. So I'll give you some takoyaki for them. Nyan took the skis and gave you takoyaki. Octopus inside. Yeah. That's correct. Alright then. Thank you for that. Look, Ivan, I've got lots of items and equipment. Take a look. Equipment. We have a beam machine pistol. Psycho helm. The napalm gun we actually found already behind the waterfall. I'm curious about this. I'll buy a rod, at least for Annie. I think she is doing pretty well with the rod. She has the Sea Striker now. And not really that great. She can lose some defense because she has the Sun Helm. I'm not too worried about that, but it doesn't seem like it's a very good trade. One more peek here at the items, then we'll go look at the equipment again. And afterward, I'm assuming this is the final dungeon. So I'll go ahead and take a quick break pretty soon. Everybody can listen to Nyan's happy little shop theme and hum it to yourselves. Make sure to buy lots and lots of stuff from him. I'll be right back. right. All of you are sufficiently hydrated, and you have sufficiently loaded up on all of the essentials you'll need from the shop, because I think this is the last shop we'll be seeing in the whole game. The reason I'm thinking that is because this is not the first or last time that we've had a Nyan purchase section right before the game ended. I think this is the third time we've actually had that. I think 4-1 was one, and I think 2 or 3 did the same thing. 1 might have as well, actually. I'm trying to have to double check some of these things. Now this one, we can press speed with it. Except for Annie, she will lose speed with the gun. Van will gain it. Lose some magic defense and some defense. I'm not too worried about that. Let's save it for other party members that might show up. Let's get the show in the... Yes, well, Van, Annie, be careful on your journey. Hey, Nyan! Oh, there he goes. Oh, well, let's get going too, Van. He doesn't even hesitate. He just left immediately. Well, hope we don't need anything else later. Okay, we just outran a tank. Not gonna question it. Input ID card L. Oh no. Oh no. How many IDs are we gonna have to juggle? All the more reason then to probably try to run where we can. This one requires ID card R. I'm gonna assume L is left and R is right. I'm gonna assume, like, we legitimately do not have to collect, like, every letter of the alphabet's ID cards. Stone Cloud. HP Capsule. Snake Ball and Life Eater. Discard that and that. Okay, those cannot be interacted with. Have to check. Okay, so Dead Center will need eventually. If I had to guess, going down the left is probably going to get us the card for the left one, and going down the right is going to get us the card for the right one. Let's go down the left side first. Because we need to move as quickly as we can so that we do not abut Degrassi. That is a safe spot. We will use that. Oh, I see. We gotta go underneath like that. What? Why did we... what? Why did we leave the room automatically? HP Capsule F. ID card R is in here, so that's a key item. We'll toss the folding fans. Blue clouds. and then we'll take the other path. The encounter rate is slightly higher here than the preceding area, which is a little unfortunate. But our flee rate, my goodness, it's also much higher than the previous area. Okay, a lot of doors here. Mind Flare. Toss that. This room's empty. Empty. ST grenade. Safe room. There's ID card L. We'll check the last door just because we might as well. Panic ball. Okay, now we'll go back to that previous area, and I don't know which door we're going to take. I'm going to try the left one first. Seems like this group of enemies has the lowest flee rate, which is fine because it still leagues higher than anything else. ID code accepted. We'll go through here, and okay, so that needs to be disabled first. It's some kind of switch. Okay, so that opened up that side. It's high defense, but not insanely high defense. Found a pathway. One. I'm just trying to take inventory here. Yeah, we'll just go through the center. Oh, hello. Okay, so we have an invisible path. Thankfully, it's better than any of 4-1's. So, I'm hoping this at least gave us a key item and it wasn't just a completely optional area. Okay, well, they're so weak they die in basically one hit. HP capsule F. Elixir C. Full heal. Venus Tree. Okay, so this was not how to progress the story. Wait, can we... Wait a minute. What are we... Why was it letting me go all the way down there? Can we go left? We cannot. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else of significance in that area. If need be, we can double back to it, but for right now, I'm going to explore the right path. Box. Thank you. I guess we'll try this side first. Yeah, no, I'm thankful for that. X-ray glasses and life eater. I'm curious if I need to double back and go down the other path at any point. Oh, that was an insta-kill. Oh, I saw the Reaper near my character. He tried to insta-kill me. I think we have an accessory that nulls death, though, so we're fine. So this is for an elevator. Engine room. Okay, this side is not right. Save spot. I don't get it. Hidden wall I'm missing? Or do I have to double back and go the other path? I might have to double back and go the other path if I continually can't seem to understand what to do. Oh, hold on a minute. And then, okay. I'm like, it looks like I can enter that pipe, and I can't. Okay, so we can go down and okay, spit right out there. I don't know how badly I want the chest though. I may just let that one go. We are on a tight schedule. Wait a minute. Okay, so I can go through that pipe, through that. Oh, okay, that's just to get the other chests. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore all of them. Okay, this is very much a chutes and ladders. Okay, I'm going to pick 4. Oh, I'm so good at the game. Okay, well that almost always never goes in our favor. Okay, so now we'll go this way. This is the fight that is tough to get a run from, so we'll just go ahead and take the fight normally. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, it was invisible wall. It doesn't matter. Unless it does. Oh, please let this be the right. I don't think this is the right one. Oh no! What is this? What is this row? The architecture looks it looks like it's melting. It's so weird. It's the first dungeon to really do that. Okay, so I think this doubles back to that one room we actually crossed through, except now we can go through this side. We'll take this one. The fighter E's and A's together are rough to run from. Go go up the north and then down those stairs. That's what we want to do? Yeah, I'll take this fight. Pointless. Okay, so we need to backpedal. So yeah, I guess we do need to go to the north. I don't even know why it lets me go down this way. Okay, for save room, if we need it. Yeah, we'll take that. It's also a heal, so... Cutscene? It's Gallum's son. I've been waiting for you, Vaughn. That voice. Gash? No mistakes this time. This time I'll make sure you meet your end. Gash, wake up. I don't want to fight you. Coward. You're just scared because you realize you don't stand a chance. That's not it. I don't want to hurt anything that would hurt Larla. Don't worry. As I said, my mother never loved me. Our battle will not cause her any grief. That's not true. Deep down, Larla would have loved you. She would have wanted to hold you, but doing so would have given in to your father, Garam. Caught between you and Garam, Larla suffering for the rest of her life. Mother, Gilbert, is it true? Did my mother really love me? Is that true? Gash, don't let him fool you. That's just how he seduced your mother and stole her from you. He stole my mother's love? That's right, it's all his fault. Gilbert, you bastard! You stole her from me, and now we're being attacked. So Gilbert was the one who we fought on the actual ship. Attacked Annie for 110, so he's not messing around. We'll go ahead and start by increasing her speed. Yeah, her boss fight was interesting because she switched between doing very high damage spells and then going into like a melee form where she would like do certain like combo attacks and complete with like punching and kicking and backflipping animations, kind of like James of Lunar. It was pretty interesting to watch. I'm gonna go ahead and increase Annie's attack power. He is so fast. 1 damage. I have a feeling we're not meant to win. I'd like to try. I like how his beef is with Vaughn and he like keeps attacking Annie. It's like, what? You're wrong. Your aim. Your goggles are on a little too tight, buddy. Burned by your own magic. So there goes Annie. I don't really... Is this just like a... You have to outlast him? Or do I literally have to die? We did just save before we came here, so... So I guess we can experiment with that. His damage does seem leaps and bounds above what, like, the other enemies have been doing. And he's fast. We're too good, we're blocking with shields now. We'll just wait it out. This time it's truly the end.
今度こそ最後だよ。とどめだ!
This ends here. No. Idiot, what did you do? When Rim returns, if you're not there, it's going to break her heart. Annie, Van, please, protect Edea and reunite with Rim. No lightning. You're right. Okay. Will you be there to greet me, Rim? There with me to greet Rim? How nice, Vaughn. But that kindness can sometimes be hurtful to us girls. But it's okay. Now I'll rest here with you forever. You fool! I thought you had the goddess of luck on your side. Are you finished with this melodrama? Go to hell. What are you doing, Gash? Finish him already. I understand. Gash! Alright. We're dealing full damage. Yeah, I was thinking that, but like I didn't know how to say it. It's like literally the third. You're getting it. It's like literally the third person who's died on his watch. It's like not. He's just not having a good day. Oh, we get the napalm gun to go off 804 damage. It's funny that you mentioned Cobra because Yu's name. When he is translated, Victor Ireland named Yu Cobra in Cosmic Fantasy 2 when he localized it for working designs. So you technically have your Space Adventure Cobra. It's pretty cool. He's gonna heal? Yep, he's healing. Of course he is. Firebird. 8. Burn lightning. Damage. Wait a minute. I didn't sign up for this. Halation Bolt. Okay, well that was pretty strong. Too bad we could heal like you. It's back to using Firebird. Okay, time to kick things up a notch. We'll increase our speed. And then we'll go ahead and recast Vicar. And now really go to town. No way! How could I lose?
僕が負けるなんて
Gash is defeated. 2,500 gold, 5,200 EXP. Deathbringer has been found.
ママ助けてえいおは
Mom,
に
mommy, help me. Get
この
off me, you
まだこの
pathetic
役立た
mama's
ずだ
boy.
ママまで僕
Don't
を見
leave
捨て
me.
るのかい
Mom!
ママ
Let go, Gash!
何をするの
What are you doing?
ママ
Mama,
僕を捨てないで
don't abandon
お
me.
願いだよ
Please. Mama.
ママ
冗談じゃないわ
What a joke.
どうしてこの私があ
I'm
んた
not
の
your
ママなんか
mother,
に
so
ならな
stop
きゃならないのよ
pretending.
ジルベール
But
俺
you,
はてめえだけは
especially
て
you,
めえだけは絶対に許
I'll
せ
never forgive you.
ほざきな
Stop your
私はこれ以
blabbering.
上
I don't have
お前
time
なん
for
か
any
に
more of
構
your
ってる時間はないん
nonsense.
だよ
待ちやがれガシュしっかりしろ
Gash, just hold on. Can you hear me?
あ
Everyone,
僕から逃
they
げて
always leave me. Hey, story of my life,
どうして
buddy.
誰も僕を
Why
愛してくれない
Doesn't anyone love
そ
me?
んなことはないガシュ
It's not true,
なあ
Gash.
お前の
Larla,
母親だけは
your real
お
mother.
前のことを
she
本
really
当に愛してい
loved you.
たはずだ
僕のママはそんな
My
に
mother,
優しかった
was she nice? Yes,
そうさ
she was.
まるで天使
She
のよう
was
だ
like an angel. Really? Some might say like a goddess. Good. Well,
ママは天国で
I hope she's
僕に優しくして
nice to me
くれる
in heaven.
ガシュ
Gash. And our pendant. Or Larla's, rather. Well, anyway, we have no party members. I guess it's just us against the world. Fortress Interior. Okay, wasn't sure if there were encounters or not. Not translated. Well, fine. Alrighty then. We don't proofread this stuff. Well, as much as I'd love to figure it out, we have a game to beat. Alright, door to the left. I guess we need to check the door. Oh no, it's the E's and A's. I can't run from these guys. So now we just have to figure out what's ultimately gonna befall Gilbert. I'm sure we're gonna have another. We must have to have a rematch against her. Oh, this room is big. HP capsule. That doesn't help me very much. I think the other door on the other side is gonna take us to another side of that section, rather than just dawdling in there. Yeah, that is exactly right. That way and a path this way. I'm gonna choose the middle. Save door? It is a save door. Okay. I was hoping it was just gonna be the way forward, but it's never that simple. Try this one. Solid fuel. Oh, I just had a weird theory, but it doesn't make any sense. I was gonna say, what if Miss Mortar actually wasn't going to be our Ryu's mother, but was actually Rem? That somehow traveled through time and lost some of her memories and aged, and I guess had green hair, but I don't think that makes any sense because the implication is she would have gone forward in time and not backward. So I think my original theory is still correct, but that would be equally interesting. Okay, 3 different one of those things to ride across. Okay, that is a max HP and MP heal. Pretty cool item. Oh, no, that was a one-way. Oh, no. I'll have to go... Yeah, I have to go back up. I gotta do it again. That is okay. 4-1 would have done it way worse. Let's go right. It's moving. Whoa! Ouch! What's with this thing? I'm getting dizzy. Whew. I'm saved. Okay. Let's take... Okay, elevator. Both elevators. I have a feeling this is not the elevator we want. Okay, back to the preceding floor then. Okay, well, considering this little funneling to a wide open area, there's got to be a scene once we get through the neck of this bottle here. Oh, or not. Oh, wait. I have a good eye. Burn spear. Yeah. It is better in literally everything. It makes sense because Van's weapon at the beginning of Cosmic Fantasy II, as he was yahooing down the mountain, was a spear. It makes sense he'd have the most proficiency with that weapon versus everything else. I do need to start getting rid of some items, though. We'll get rid of the full face helm, and the tiara. Alright, anyway. We'll check the other pathway and then we'll go through the center. This is Hello Tears. Equipment? See it. And unless it got another weird translation. Oh, Dreary Tears. Got it. It did get a separate translation when they redid the line. Kind of like if you take your Google Translate app and you put it over a line of Japanese text and then you shift it away and put it back on, it comes up with something different. It's kind of the same thing. Just no consistency with their translations. Another save spot, HP recovery. Control room. Little boy, you thought this was over? You're gravely mistaken. What? Oh, okay, she's fine. Rim? I found her drifting through time and space. Well, that's convenient. You should thank me. How low will you stoop? What a generous compliment. Now, let's put on a wonderful show.
あいつが
That's
私
the
たちのお
person
父
who
様と
killed
お
our
母
mother
様を
and
殺した
father.
男だよ。仇はお前に打たせてあげるわ。さ
Avenge them,
あ、私の可
my
愛い
sweet
妹
sister.
よ。
Finish him.
やっておしまい。はい、お姉様。
Yes, sister.
リム、よすんだ。
Rim,
目を
come
覚
on,
ませ。
wake up.
黙れ。
リム、俺のことがわかんねえの
Can't you tell
か。
who
お
I
父
am?
様とお母様の
I
仇
must
よ。
avenge my mother and
Gilbert!
father. Gilbert,
てめえ
you've
つまん
copied
ね
your
え記
stupid
憶をリムに
memories
すり込みやがっ
onto
た
Rim.
な。
What are you
何
talking
を言
about?
ってるの？さあ、リム。やっと
Well
お
then,
じけ
Rim,
づいてる
finish
わ。
him. Be done with it.
一気に片付けておしまい。
やめねえか、リム。
Rim, stop.
どうしたのよ。かか
What
っ
is
て
it?
きなさいよ。
Come at me.
いい加
Damn
減
it,
に
just
目を
wake
覚
up
ませって
already.
よ。
臆病者。
You coward.
リム、本当に俺の
Have
こ
you
とを忘
really
れちまったの
forgotten
か。
who I am?
耳を貸す
Don't
んじゃ
listen
な
to
い。
him, Rim. He's just trying to distract
お
you.
前を動揺させて丸め込もうって魂胆だよ。
リム、負けるんじゃね
Rim,
え。
don't give up.
俺に
You
は
have
思い出
to
せるはず
remember.
だ。
つけ焼き場の洗脳じゃこんなもん
So
か。
much for mind control.
くたばりな。
Now die.
おやおや、
Well,
涙
well,
ぐまし
well.
いね。
Look who's crying
今度は
now.
お前が身代わ
Are
り
you
ってわけか。
sacrificing yourself for her?
こいつはな、
This girl?
こんな俺に命が
She's
け
the
の
one
告
risking
白
her
をしや
life
がった
for
んだよ。
me.
料理も掃除もできねえし。
She may not be a good
気が
cook.
短くて喧嘩っ
She's
早くて
short-tempered,
どうしようもねえおてんばだけだ
and
よ。
we're always fighting.
俺にとっては
But to me,
命
she's
を
more
懸け
than
ても
worth
守ら
dying
なきゃ
for.
ならねえ女なんだよ。
どうしたの？
What
これ
happened?
血が出て
You're all
る。
bloody.
やっと正気に戻ったか。
You're finally back.
相変わらず手間の
Taking
かかる
forever as
女だぜ。
usual. Vaughn,
おままごとはあの世でや
save your little fairy tale love story for the afterlife. Laurel's pendant.
何なの？
What? Oh, you to the rescue.
そこまでだ、シルベール。
That's enough, Gilbert. No more of your silly games. Incoming arrival from Interstellar Merchant of Justice Nyan and Company. There he is. Nyan? I don't have time for these silly shenanigans.
大丈夫か、バン。
You okay, Vaughn?
ありがたい
Glad
け
you're
どよ
here.
正直もうちょっ
But
と
to be
早く来てほし
honest,
かった
I
ぜ。
wish you'd have come a little sooner. What's that? Nyan, don't ride me without permission. With my death row gun, I'll send you and your friends into the afterlife.
バンを連れて隠れているんだ。
Rim, take Van and hide.
そうなんだよユウ
No way, you.
あいつには借りがあるんだ。
This is payback.
兄
I
の
won't sleep
兄の
until
敵を討たれる
Annie's
うちは
death is
お
avenged.
ねんねなんざしてられねえんだよ。
アニーさんの仇ってど
Annie's death?
ういうこと？
What are you
兄さん
talking about? What happened to
どう
Annie?
したのよ。
兄は
Annie,
俺の
she
身代わりに
sacrificed herself for me.
あいつだけは
I'll,
あいつだけは絶対に許
I'll
してお
never
けね
forgive
え
her for this.
くだらない話はそのくらい
Enough
にし
with
て
the
おいてもら
boring
いましょう。
chit chat.
私はこう見えてもいろいろ
As
と
you
忙
can
しい
see, I've got a lot to get done.
だったら1分1秒
Well, then let's get this over with. You're going down. I Death Gun released bits. Okay, so I like, now that I finally have an opportunity to comment, I like that Rim commented, "You're all bloody, what happened?" while the sword was still sticking out of me, while Gilbert was still holding the sword sticking out in front of me. So, bit of a weird cutscene, considering, like, she could literally see why I was bloody and what happened to me, but I don't know. I guess you could say maybe I've got such a wide back she couldn't see in front of me, but I don't know. A little bit weird. Any event, the gang is all here. We have Rim, you, and Saya. Looks like their levels have scaled up to mine. We'll go ahead and attack the barrier bit first. Stone gas. Okay, thankfully the petrification did not work. Okay, well, that did nothing. She probably has no equipment on. Drained MP. No effect on Vaughn. We defeated the barrier, so can we attack the boss normally? No. I think we have to defeat both. I was kind of hoping at least one of those 4 attacks would target the actual bit, but it didn't. Unbelievable. I do not recognize that username. Okay, Rim, you are dead. We'll get you back out in a moment. Rapid fire cannon. She really doesn't have any equipment on. That's the only reason she's taking so much damage. Well, it's not even worth it bringing her back. Which is a shame because she has a party heal that would actually heal absolutely everybody. Almost actually to complete. Oh no. Brought back this one. Okay, we beat the right bit, but we're gonna have to beat the left bit all over again. We'll have to be quick about it. Self-repair. Cover itself. I can try. I know that there's a... Oops. Well, that's actually what I wanted to do in the roundabout way. We have an option to go to item and equip, but you can only use the items that are equipped. So, like, if your item has like a battle effect, you can use the item's battle effect. But other than that, you can't equip new stuff, sadly. Increasing output. Okay, well that completely decimated that. So now can we attack you? Yes! Increasing output. Well, we better hurry before it does whatever it's wanting to do. Boldane. Will that work? Yeah, but it's pitiful damage. Well, I mean, to be fair, most RPGs work that way, where you can't equip in mid-battle. It's just unfortunate she comes back with no equipment. I don't know. I mean, you know, when you're floating around time and space, it's rough. Okay, so she charged like 5 turns for this, so let's see how bad it is. No. Come on! Come on! Preemptive stolen, huh? Oh really? It'll negate even friendly spells? Well, now we know. Paralyzer launched. That's not a fun attack. That attack again. We'll keep using Psycho Bomb on this one. I just need to take care of the Arbit first before it gets revived. So I can finally move. Okay. So, quickly use Bit on myself. And then we will go ahead and increase the attack power of Vaughn. There's Mega Beam again. But we gotta be fast before he brings out more bits. Psycho Bomb. Phalanx activated. That Unleash going off is so satisfying. It's like 600 damage. 3. Boldest? He did it again. Or she did it again. So, Psycho Bomb on the right one. Start dealing damage on the left. We'll go ahead and use Rossetti. So we defeated that barrier, but we need to hurry up and kill this one. Defensive position. Oops. I forgot that it's gonna auto default to that one. Okay, now we can go crazy. And that unleash went on. No, really? Already? I am disappointed. I thought finally we're getting to this cycle early, and no. I mean, that's the fastest we beat the bits, and we're getting punished for it. Go ahead and cast Bit on Vaughn. Attack. I'm gonna go ahead and use Biker on Vaughn as well. You will attack that. There's Mega Beam. We'll go ahead and have Van get a quick attack in. And then you hopefully will too. Okay, new strategy. And I'm surprised I haven't utilized this earlier. Let's just buff use speed. Use Unleash is gonna be what wins this fight if it gets off. Okay, still not summoning them, which is good. Lots of health. We're gonna go ahead and reapply the speed on you. Mega Beam probably is gonna summon those bits again pretty soon. Oh, I went too far. I mean, this... I wonder if they just really have this much HP, or is this meant to be an unwinnable fight? Oh, it heals itself?
I don't want that. No. It's gonna summon more and it's gonna heal itself.
Oh, it casts heal on everybody? Okay. However much it healed, it was sizable because that should have for sure won the fight against that bit. But it didn't. There we go. I can't believe each of the individual parts also possesses the ability to heal. The boss can heal, the bits can heal. There's Mega Beam again. Okay, so we have to increase use speed. I'm gonna have to, in a moment, I'm gonna have to probably pull open like a long play if there's anyone online, just to take, just because I'm gonna have to hurry so long. If I need to die, I'll want to make sure I'm meant to die here. No! Okay, you know what? I have to check now while the bits are out. This fight is never ending. Is it really meant to be this huge HP slog? I'm gonna scroll as far as I can without really spoiling myself. Okay, I see the fight. I still see the fight. Still see the fight. Yeah, looks like you can win. We are just not. I am going to quickly run to the restroom. I'll be back as quickly as I can. what I may have to end up doing, by may I mean I'm absolutely going to have to end up doing at this point, since this fight is going on as long as it is it's looking increasingly like what I may have to do is get to a stopping point after this fight and return after Degrassi, rather than trying to do anything really ridiculous here. Looking at like where this game is on the long play, I'm actually surprised I'm not closer to the end and they're not closer to the end, given where this fight is. So it's absolutely going to require more time than I have because of how long this fight's taking. So right now, though, take this one out. And we'll go ahead and use Rossetti. Magic barrier on everybody. It's not in 30? It isn't? Oh, it's not. Wasn't it at 8 o'clock the first day? Or did I misremember? Oh, okay. Alright then. Well, maybe we can do it. Hello, Bullet. You're doing well. Oh, 103 MP stolen from you. See, I thought we were watching Degrassi in an hour. Okay. I see. It's crazy how I never know the times of anything. I can't, like it's there for all to see and I'm still wrong about it. Okay, then I may be able to get to end credits. Alright, so we're gonna have to do normal attacks only because the barrier is up and I haven't forgotten. Hopefully we get the unleashes to go off. Good. Just a lot more of that. We're gonna need so much damage because of all the healing these guys have been doing. Yeah, I guess I should have kept the other gun, the one that does like 802 as an unleash. I didn't realize that this new weapon I equipped with Vaughn is going to be a lot less desirable in terms of damage output. Quickly before it summons more. And the thing is, it doesn't even tell you how much it heals, so I have no idea. Okay, there we go. We got an Elixir C. Wait, I've lost. Okay, I surrender. It's too late for that. With 2 A's. What is that? Master Heldrake, you've came to save me. Heldrake. Ah, yes. The leader of the Death Legion Space Pirate Syndicate. My dear Cosmic Hunters, we meet at last. Stop with that stupid hologram. Let me get a good look at you. Vaughn, please. You can't inhabit a physical body. Unfortunately, I don't inhabit a physical body. You don't have a body? It must be a computer or something. Heldrake, sir, we've mined the necessary amount. You Bastards,
こ
you've
の
been
ユダ
mining
ヤ
a
でも
day
エ
as
ネルギ
energy
ー鉱石
ore?
の採掘を
そんなにエネルギー鉱
Just
石ば
why
か
would
り
they
集めて
need to have
一
that much
体何を
energy?
企んでいるの？
とても
It
素
really
晴ら
is
し
an
い計
incredible
画
plan.
だよ。この汚れ切った銀
I
河
will
宇宙
create
に
a new
代わって
universe to replace
こ
this
のヘ
piece
ル
of
ドレック
trash.
様が新しい宇宙を創造するのだ。
てめえ狂って
You're
やがるの
insane.
か。
There's no way
そ
you
んな
could
こ
do
と
that.
できるわけねえだろうが。ビッグバン。
The Big Bang?
さすがコズミ
The
ックハ
Great
ンタ
Cosmic
ー
Hunter U, a name known
銀河に
throughout
そ
the
の名を轟かせ
galaxy.
ているだけのことはあるわね。そこの野蛮人とは
So
大違い
different
だ
from
わ。
those other savages.
間もな
In
く
just a moment, a
銀河の
missile
中
filled
心
with
にある
energy will
暗黒
launch
惑星
here from Adea
そう、私の本体めがけて
towards the black
この
hole at
イ
the
デアから
center
エ
of
ネ
the
ルギー
galaxy.
鉱石が満載されたミサイルが発射される。
積載された鉱石の
When
エ
the
ネルギ
ore
ーは
explodes,
それぞ
it
れ
will
の
create
反
a
発作
chain
用によって
reaction that will cause
莫大な破
unbelievable
壊力を生む
devastation.
わ。
しかも
What's
私
more,
の
I'm covered in a
表面
cloud
は
of
反物質
antimatter
のガス
gas.
によって覆われている。
その爆発力で
Are you trying to use the
Big
explosive
Bang を
force
起こそう
to
っていう
create
の
the
か。
Big Bang? Scientists in chat, can
バ
you
カじゃねえ
confirm?
のか。
You moron,
い
are
く
you
ら
stupid?
新しい
It
宇宙
won't
を
matter
作
how
ったって
many new
てめえ
universes
が
you
吹っ飛ん
create
じま
if
った
you
んじゃ
blow
何
yourself
にも
up
な
in
ら
the
ねえじゃねえか。
process.
言ったはず
Didn't
だ
I
よ。
tell you? I am
私は
matterless.
実体を持たないとね。私はこの
I'm the
銀河
spirit
宇
of
宙の
evil
隅
gathered
々
from
から
across
集
the
結した
universe.
邪気。つまり、お前たち
That's
人間
right,
の
I'm
悪
the
のエナ
totality
ジー
of
の
all you
集合
humans
体
as
だ。
evil energy.
悪のエナジー。
Evil energy? That can't be, but it
お前
is.
たち
The
が以前
Morgan you
戦
fought
っ
was
たも
simply a
のだ
part of my spirit.
私の体の一部に過ぎない。
化け物が。
Monster.
新たなビッグバン
The
によ
Big
って
Bang creates a new
新しい
universe.
宇
My
宙とともに
consciousness
私の意識は旧宇宙を飲み込みながら隅
will
々に
swallow up
ま
the
で
old one and
広が
spread
る
to every corner of the new one.
私は真の宇宙の支配者とな
It is
る
then that I'll become the true ruler of my own
ヘル
universe.
ドレイク様。
Heldrake, sir,
それでは
I don't think that's what
私
you
の
told
お聞きしてい
me.
た話とは違います。この作戦
I
が成功
believe
し
you
た
said
暁に
you
は
would make
こ
me
の私をシンジケ
the
ートの副資
co-leader
料
of the
に取り立て
syndicate
て
once
くだ
the
さると。
operation was successfully
この
completed.
宇宙が消滅し
If
て
this
しまっては
universe disappeared,
こ
what
の
will
私
become
や
of
シン
me
ジ
and
ケ
the
ートはど
syndicate?
うなるのですか。
愚か者
You
め
idiot. The
もはや
syndicate, that
私
means
にとっ
nothing
て
to
シ
me
ンジケ
now.
ートなど何の意味もないあれは悪のエ
I
ナ
was
ジーを
simply
持つ者
gathering
ども
those
を
with
集め
evil energy
私の
so I
エネ
could
ルギ
use
ー
them
源
to
を
secure my
獲得
energy sources.
利用してきただけのことなのだからな
そんな
I can't believe
諸
it.
君
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time.
エネルギー鉱石を積み
Energy
込
or
んだミ
missile
サ
is
イルは
counting down to
すでに
launch.
カウントダウンに入っているせいぜい
Now leave
諸
your
君は
lovers and
恋
friends
人や
behind.
仲間
Let
と
them
名
suffer
残
their
を惜しんで
terrible
おくとい
fate.
いだろう
This is terrible. If this universe disappears,
してしまったらあっちの故郷
what will happen to my wife and children waiting for me back on the planet Siam? You, what are we going to do?
とにかく
First, we need to stop the missile from
で
launching.
ももう時間
But
が
there's
ない
not
わ
enough time.
どうあがいたってみんな
Try all
死
you
んじま
want.
んだ
We're all
よ。
going to
こう
die.
なったらせめて死
But
ぬ
in the
前に
meantime, I
お
guess
前
I
た
could
ち
beat
全
you
員を
all to
殴
death
り殺して
first.
やるわ。
よさないかジルベル
Stop,
そんな
Gilbert.
ことをしている場合じ
You
ゃ
don't
ないだ
have
ろ
to do this.
お黙り。
Quiet. Nothing is going to
もうどうや
save
ったって
us.
助かりっこないわ。だったらせ
So
め
at
て
least
この
let me
私の
get my
欲望を
fill
満たすだけよ。殺戮と凌辱
of
と
murder
いう
and
欲望を
bloodlust.
ね。
ユウここは頼んだぜ
I'm counting on you
俺
to
はミ
handle
サイルの
this.
発射を
I'll
阻止す
stop
る
the missile launch.
待って
Come on, wait.
よしさあ
All
ニャ
right,
ン
Saya,
行くぞ
Nyan, let's go. I'll take you all down with me. Swung his arm. Oh, no, no. Pretty strong. We're gonna have to go ahead and use Land Blessing immediately on Yan. Yu is the best candidate to really fight this fight here. We'll go ahead and go a bit on Yu just to increase his speed. Yu's like the only one that's really going to be able to do much here. Especially since the Unleash does so much damage. We're in pretty good shape here. Laird. Yeah, rough. A Party Stone ability. Okay, absorb 161 HP from Saya. There is finally an Unleash. Draining MP instead. Venomous Feathers. We'll go ahead and increase our speed again. Done with the same person. Okay, well that's fine. That's the only person that could have been hit twice and still be fine. There was actually one a lot earlier in this game that took me about 30 minutes. This one was pretty long too, the one right before this, but there was one that took even longer. Definitely a lot more inflated HP here at the end, that's for sure. I think they were assuming you must have come into this fight with a better weapon unleash weapons, and I do not. And even if I did, the better weapons are going to be on the characters I was using prior to this. Yeah, that's the good news. We'll go ahead and use Healing Herb on Yan. Word. As long as Nyan doesn't actually take any action, he's not going to take any poison damage, which is nice. But we're going to do it anyway. It seems like Saya always has the absorb work on her, and I don't know why. It seems to be failing almost everybody else most of the time, but Saya has like 100% chance of having stuff stolen. Okay, let's do it over. Thank you. Nice game. Finally, it missed. We're gonna have to heal Saya's MP. It's actually going a little bit longer than I'd like. Come on.
Don't have a work on them.
Saya is probably going to use hers. Oh, it didn't work on her this time. Worst case scenario, it's not going to block her attack, and it's going to block my heals, so I don't think I should do it. I am just going to peek ahead to see, like, I am meant to actually brute force this fight, right? I am actually meant to do this. Yeah, it looks like after multiple minutes. Okay. This is gonna be a terrible fight once I run out of the stones. I'm glad I have so many. good news is that Gilbert can absorb any HP from Yan while not petrified. Okay. Getting good hits, like, I don't know how is it taking them significantly less time to do this than me?
Oh, I think, oh, I see. It's not.
The issue here is that I'm looking at a much wider slider, and I'm assuming that it's taking them less time than me. It's still a miserably long fight no matter what. How we haven't won yet.
I legitimately don't know. I mean, I understand that she's healing somewhat from absorbing HP, but, like, not that much.
may have to look at the video again. This doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like it should be taking this long. I feel like I've done tens of thousands of damage at this point. So their fight begins at like 3:05, and in 6 minutes it's over. Yes, it's very good. I'm gonna be making that grin if this fight goes on for another 10 minutes. Let me see what the heck they're doing. So they're healing themselves. Okay, so they're getting absolutely bodied. They haven't had a game over yet. Wait, what sign? What did they do with her? Oh, okay. They focused her spiritual power to do a ton of damage, but so there's literally no game over. I was thinking like maybe they got a game over and they just went right into the next fight. All right. We'll find that Nyan is completely impervious to having MP absorb. For very obvious reasons. I will deal 1003. But even still, I've done like how are they done in this fight in 6 minutes? I don't see anything else. I've dealt circles around them in terms of that HP damage. Well, Nyan is dead. That was bad targeting. Oh, he's alive. Well, that was a good diversion, but did not have the desired effect. I am going to continue to go down the battle slider. I need... Clearly, there's got to be another component to this I'm missing. Yeah, they're doing the... They're doing the 500 damage I've been doing. Whoa, 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 whoa. They had a story event happen where Momo said everyone get away, and then they started attacking the enemy. I don't know what they did different. Don't know what they did different, but Momo did 1,750 damage. The fight still persisted beyond even that happening. Oh, I guess it's my skill. I mean, I've got nothing else to lose. It's just faster to attack. I think they were just cycling through things because they had no idea what else to do. Which is fair. I don't know what else to do. It's 1,750. Shields were good. I didn't want to have to waste a turn healing. The boss really just does have this much HP. It's absolutely insane. I thought it was insane to have bought this many anti-petrification items. I didn't think I'd have to use all of them. I may have to just keep going down the slider. I feel like... However much damage this enemy does, I had to have... Oh, I can't do the move anymore? Interesting. It's a finite number of times for fighting. Okay. Or maybe, no, never mind. I know whatever I was about to say is wrong. Because it's not that one is already queuing. If one was already queuing, she wouldn't even be able to be active. Yeah, no, I haven't won. I'm just trying to see if the ability will do something. Looks like you can't do the attack anymore. I don't understand. I'm gonna look at the other VOD in just a moment again. When I win, I'll make sure everybody knows. There's no way. I know for a fact I've done more damage than this person in this video. There's no possible way I haven't. Okay, that's enough. What am I missing? I've done that plus the spark attack at least 15 times. Oh, their fight's already over. Why is it over? They didn't do anything. Like they didn't even finish exhausting the supply of booze in the SP pool. Why is this fight still going for me? Like, they did the 500 damage boosted for a couple of rounds. I don't understand why I haven't won already. I'm looking to see whether there is, like, some sort of a scene of this fight happening and then them immediately dying and then resuming the fight. But there's not. There was, they started the fight and you and Nyan for them got knocked out immediately. Saya survived with 22 HP, but they never lost the fight. They clawed themselves back out of that hole. So I don't get it. Unless I'm literally supposed to exhaust Nyan's option too. Because they actually got Nyan's ability to work. And so I don't know. Right now, everybody's poisoned, so I have to deal with this nonsense. I know Alex is going to be playing this game later this year. I don't even know what to tell him about this fight. I don't understand why I haven't won it. Yeah, there's not a cutscene in between the bird fight that I'm missing. Their fight was 6 minutes. And I can't even do the dance anymore. I'm locked out of doing the dance. I think it's like I think they have 3 casts per character. They won without exhausting all their casts. So there's some trigger that's not working, or something's going on behind the scenes that I don't understand, or maybe I over-damaged and there's an overflow. I don't know what could be happening here. I've more or less scrolled through their entire fight for surprises, but not. I'm gonna run out of Petrify is what's gonna happen. I only have so many more heals
left. If Saya gets petrified, I have to automatically waste it. Okay, so Saya can cure that. Although every moment she's doing that is one less turn I can actually cast speed on myself. I mean, the only thought I have in my head is that if anytime she absorbs HP, she's absorbing way more than the 165 that is showing. I mean, I can't imagine any other situation where I would be behind the damage output of this other person. I literally have to. I've been gobbling. The fight's gone on so long. I have used up an entire batch of MP capsules. So something is seriously wrong. Grand blessing. It's funny because I'm trying to think time-wise of when I started this fight. Okay, I'm gonna use the built-in save state that they gave in this version, and I'm just gonna die. I have tried that. I'm just gonna let this play out while I backpedal and see what the heck is going on here. We're just blocking. Saya, come on. Get with the program. I thought we could play a little longer. It is a game over. What? Wait a minute. When did I start? I'm going to my Twitch page. When did I start this fight?
Okay, so there's a rewind feature. Let's take a look. We've been doing this fight for 40-something minutes, haven't we? It looks like we've done this for, let's see, no, 316, 318, 320. Looks like we started this fight at the 319 slider, 320 slider. Yeah, we fought this boss for over half an hour. And this other person had it done in 6 minutes. And I think everyone can see I've been mercilessly attacking, so I don't know what I'm doing differently. So I'm glad the game has the feature to save states. So I guess we're back where we did this state. I don't understand. If I mean, did I break something? Do I have to load back to the first save and redo the whole boss fight with the bit all over again? Because here's the odd thing. That fight took me longer too than the person on YouTube. So, I mean, the only thing I can think of is if the boss somehow scales to your level. But I don't know how that would even work in the context of this game. Stuff only happens to me when I play. It doesn't happen to anybody else. I mean, I think what we need to do is you needs to play the ocarina, and then we win the fight. Oh, we had doubled that. Oh, and it's healing. What a shock. Deadly Gaze, that's new. That's all of that was new. He tried Gilbert tried to insta-kill. Okay, they're healing. Tried to insta-kill you. Now it's back to doing this. Okay. We won. What difference does it make if you win? I have no idea at this point. Nothing will change. A 1, a 2, a 3, 5,000 EXP. Sonic Buster has been found. This is not a drill. We won the fight. Just wish I had more energy to be excited about it. Man, wait, you need to take care of those injuries first. Yes, we've got to do something or the galaxy is going to be blown to bits. Everything we've done, risking our lives, it will all have been, and it will all be in vain is what it should say, but it didn't say that. But that's not true. We could at least spend a little time together. Hold me. Rim. Hey, Rim. Do you remember when we first met? What makes you bring that up? Well, when I first met you, you kind of reminded me of Larla. Huh? That's why I always felt so guilty when I was with you. Even if I couldn't explain it, I was searching for some vestige of Larla in you. I thought I could relive those memories. And when I realized I had feelings for you, I couldn't bring myself to tell you. Instead, I lashed out at you and hid them from you.
バカね
Silly, you
そ
didn't
んな
need
こ
to
と気
hide
にして
them.
たの
Besides, I wasn't even able to save
ラーラを
Larla.
救ってやることができなかった。俺には女
I'm
一
not
人を
strong
守
enough
って
to
やる
protect
力
even
も
one
ない。
single woman.
そんな俺に人を好き
I
に
don't
なる
deserve
資
your
格なんて
love.
でも
But you risked your life to protect me,
私を守ってくれたわ
even though you're bad at it,
たとえ短い時間でも
even if it's just for a little bit.
あなたと再び
I'm
出会
happy
え
we
て
could reunite and
お
come
互い
clean
を分
about
か
how
り合
we
えたんで
feel.
すもの私は幸せよ
I'm so happy.
ずっと突っ張っ
I've
て
been
ばかり
keeping
いた
it
けど
inside for so long,
今なら正直に
but I need to tell you,
バン愛してるわ
Nan, I love you.
リム
Rim.
リムさよなら
Goodbye. What?
よしと
バン
Well, that's pretty consistent with what he'd do. Ushut is the warp spell, by the way.
どうして私だけ置いてい
Vaughn,
くの
why did you have to leave me? Vaughn,
戻ってきて
back. Vaughn, please.
お願いよ
Rim,
許してくれ
forgive me. I have to do
俺が殺すし
this.
かねえんだ
Did he warp in? Oh, he warped inside the rocket, I think.
惑星も近くにねえし
Don't see any planets
ここら
nearby.
辺でいいな
Here should be good.
ごめんなリム
I'm sorry, Rim.
とうとう最後まで
In the end, I couldn't
俺
tell
から
you I
は愛
loved
してる
you.
って言えなかった
Oh, Larla.
あなたは
You are
ラーラさん
Larla.
ラーラさんなの
You must be.
これは
What's this? Eventually, yes. Larla, you protected Vaughn for me.
バンを守ってくれたのねありがとう
Thank you. Great, now you can tell her you love her. Right now, immediately do it.
リムあれ
Huh?
俺
Where
今
have
ま
I
で
been
どう
all
して
this
たの
time?
大丈夫
It's okay.
ほんの少し
You were just
疲れて
sleeping for a
眠ってい
bit.
ただけよだからもう少し
Let me hold you.
もう少しだけ
Just a little bit
このま
longer.
までいさせて
Just a little bit longer. Several months later, which is how long it took for me to beat the boss, by the way. Fun fact. Oh, the tree's underwater. So what about you as parents? What about Miss Monder? What about her? I know for a fact there's got to be more. There's always stuff after the credits in Cosmic Fantasy games. Yeah, but Shockstorm, something went horrifically wrong in that boss fight. I don't know why it took us so much longer to win that than the person on YouTube. We were dealing hand over fist more damage, but we just took, I don't know, 5 times longer to win.
後日
Days
ロケットが
later,
向かって
the
いた
rocket entered the
銀河の
central
中
region
心
of the
地域を
galaxy,
くまなく調べたが暗黒惑星らしき
where
星
no
は
stars resembling black holes were anywhere to be found.
ヘルドレイクは言っていた
Heldrake said
奴は
he was the reincarnation of all the evil of every
全
being
て
in
の
the
人間の
galaxy.
邪悪の心の結晶なんだとだとしたら
If that's true, there will
こ
be
の
no
世の
way
中
to
から
destroy
悪を
all the
滅ぼす
evil
のは
once
不可
and
能
for
なんだ
all.
ろうかでも
But we will
僕た
fight
ちは
on.
これからも戦い続けるだろうそう
Yes,
銀河の未来を担
to
う
protect the dreams of the children of our galaxy's future,
汚れなき心を持った
to
少女た
protect
ちの
their
笑顔を守る
untainted
ため
souls and smiling faces.
僕たちは
We'll fight on with
命
a
を燃やして
burning
戦い
passion.
続けるんだ
And credits number 2. We still don't know who Miss Mondor is, by the way. I guess we're just not gonna know. I guess she was nobody. I will have my theory about her being Yu's mother validated or invalidated. So, you know what the problem was with that boss fight, right? It's because Heldrake is the reincarnation of all evil, of all of humanity, all gathered throughout the universe. So all of you just happen to be extra evil for me today, and that's why the boss had 5 times the HP pool as the other person. So I blame all of you. Stop being so evil. Turn your life around. Play the Jesus game that Joe played, and maybe, just maybe, the next person who plays this game will have an easier time than I did. Yes, but easy to... I mean, overall, we didn't face much adversity other than just the raw HP total of the bosses we ended up fighting in the game. But overall, yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I wanted a Cosmic Fantasy game that basically had a lot of the pressure and story beats of 2, that actually was an RPG properly, that actually had fights that worked, that had stats that worked, that had equipment that worked, that had actual things that were intentionally working, and put them all together in one game where you didn't have to necessarily sacrifice one for the other. This game improved upon the ATB of system, the active time bar of 4.1, where you couldn't move your cursor to other characters when you were selected for an attack target. Here you can. You started with 4 people immediately, so you got to be more used to the AT bar and those features at the beginning. Whereas in 4.1, you had to wait until Act 5 before you actually had 4 party members in your party. Up until that point, it was only 1, and that was you himself as the only individual that was in the party. Plus, enemies actually dropped things in this, and it was a lot of the times they dropped stuff that was really helpful and useful, especially the rare monsters you fought. I actually went through areas purposely looking for fights because I wanted to get certain drops and see what the rare monster was in this area, whereas in every other game, in every other context, I was trying to run from everything because fights did nothing but annoy me. Here I was just trying to run because I was trying to basically make sure we finished before Degrassi, and that was the main reason. But it's not because I don't enjoy the fighting. I did enjoy the fighting in this. So, I mean, overall, I mean, I'd give the game an 81. I think it's definitely a must-play. I think of the TurboGrafx CD era, it's definitely one of the top contenders as far as RPGs, but I have to admit, Dragon Slayer: The Legend of Heroes, the one of the game with the world map themes that played at the beginning, that one character that said, King Ondor said, "Word to your mother," or however she said it, that one line I can't get out of my head. It was that game was better, I think, than this one was. I think it had the good story beats, it had the funny moments, and with the dub, all of the classic dubs in here. And combat was just fast. Everything about it was fast, in fact. So I think that this game doesn't quite reach the heights of that, but it's quite good. Which is interesting because I mean the highest game up to this point was about a 71, and we finally got one that I think is finally good enough to recommend. We are the Guardians of Galactic Peace. Cosmic Fantasy IV. I know you're gonna show me something in the post. You always show me something in the post. Or at least you did when you had previews for other games. Is it gonna be like a debug code? Let me get my phone. If I can find it, it's up here. It's our final message. Yeah, it is the debug menu. It is the debug menu. It's just like last time. Except instead of being a tail, it's something else. It's always something Nyan related for the accessing the debug menu. I think that's basically the last screen. That was the last screen of 4.1 also, was the debug menu passcode as far as like what to enter with the character naming screen. But that's gonna do it for this. Let me just see if there was any other last parting thoughts I wanted to have for the game as far as like what I liked about it compared to 1. Oh, 4.1. Oh yeah, accuracy. In almost all of the other Cosmic Fantasy games, like you would miss like nobody's business. 3 especially and 4.1 continued that. But here you can actually land your hits. Like every one of the hits I made against the boss, all of them landed. And that was the other big thing because it's painful enough to have high encounter rates like the earlier games did, but you're missing your attacks on top of that. Really brutal. But here they fixed it. It's just really nice when everything comes together and works as it should. Now we're still working on Atelier Iris 2. I don't think it's going to score as well as this. I think right now it's going to be at it's either somewhere around a 79 or an 80. I don't know where it's going to land on that spectrum, but I think it's not quite as good as this, but it's still a very good game. But just not quite a not quite an emphatically gotta recommend it. It's just you have to keep in mind the way that I score things. It's just like the philosophy of like somebody asking, like, "Hey, should I watch this show on Netflix?" And then me saying, "Yeah, it's okay." And then them being like, "It's 2026. I can't. Nobody has time to watch things that are okay anymore." And so it's just like if I'm putting something in like a 70 to 79 range, like what are you effectively saying about about the game? That's why so many games kind of fall there. They're not really all god awful, they're not all excellent either, but at the same time it's just like I can't emphatically say to somebody you have to play it or you may want to necessarily spend your time here. For some people it's a yes, and for some it's a no. I'm more inclined to recommend the ones on the higher levels of 70s than the lower levels, but anyway, I'm just chatting and yapping. That's enough Cosmic Fantasy. I guess that'll be enough Cosmic Fantasy forever. That's all 5 games now. I never really did show or have the final boss video or anything from Cosmic Fantasy 4 1 or anything else. The one thing I regret, the big thing, is that there's not really much I can do here as far as a repository of thoughts. Like, normally I would upload a final boss of something to my YouTube video other than just my backup. That is not possible with this. Not with a 30-minute boss fight. There's just no way I could upload exactly everything I went through into that format. So I'll have to figure out something else to do. But in any event, thanks everybody for stopping by and sticking through it as long as you did, listening to my long-winded recap at the beginning of all of Cosmic Fantasy 4 and all through all the 5 games. And I guess having used parents missing for 10 years is just not going to get answered. I guess they're just gone. All right. Bye. Yes, plenty of time for Degrassi. Yes, now, I'm curious whether or not the plot of today's Degrassi is going to involve firing Topianus Ore into a black hole to trigger a big bang, and it can be stopped by the power of the human spirit. If that, we'll see if that happens. I'm not sure if it will, but good night, everybody. I will see everyone. Taya and Suitcase, I will see you for Degrassi shortly. Sockstorm, everybody else, Bullet, take care.